to. This time we're doing Elden Ring, just messing around really.
They don't have to be 1,500.
There we go. Video's up.
1,700 or 2,000 per tick, but because you're going to have four marks that are going to. You're going to have your F4 skill that's going to pop, and if you trait for it, you're going to have your dodge roll that's going to pop. That's six. That's 6 marks that you can put out. So each one doesn't have to be. Each one doesn't have to be as big.
I gotta remember because L3 in Night Rain is the sprint button, and L3 in this one's like stealth. Should be in the control section, maybe. Okay, that's the same as. Okay. Silent Surf. Yeah, I redid this character, so looks a little better now. Yeah. I was like, hey, look, I just realized we were simulating what Scourge update was tomorrow because I was still running my quick heal. Yeah, I know your buffs ran out. Yeah, I noticed. That's why I asked you the other day. That's why I asked you the other day if you were doing that, because I realized. Ow. Why you follow me? I don't know. I'm more worried he'll hit the NPC. I was more worried about the NPC.
You're a target, and I can also that you're not. Then why not? I am Kale. I am selling where the land is only time. Let's say, you know, you should buy us a crafting essential. The kit costs but the import.
Yeah, so if I keep anything, it's mostly going to be related to dexterity. Let's see. Need a torch, obviously. Silly kittens. You do not want to calm down. Pull it already! I had to worry about a cat. This time I get to worry about kittens. Who knows? They usually make some form of update. Usually it's very minor. Jeez, these darts will be useless for hunting. And there they go, zooming again. Actually, they might be more useful elsewhere. Let's see. Dexterity primarily, but I'll tinker with a bit. Right now I'm just trying to make use of items because I rarely do. Well, I can get my Shamshire, but I'm also getting that Twin Blade out. Okay, so that's what I use bone darts for. We'd be hunting. Okay, so expect to throw one, not all of them. Normally I have like sorceries, miracles, and all that. This time it's going to be kind of try not to rely on those. So we'll see how it works just based on that. Which means I gotta do tons of hunting. It's called materials. Oh, there we go, some armor. I do want to aim for light load as possible, but medium will work fine for now. No, but for this one, I'm aiming for more of a pure offline, which means don't worry about joining multiple people's. Just try to see what you farm. So it may take longer than usual, but at least it'll be interesting. I got either this, or I can farm work on Elden Ring, Night Rain, or Yeah, we'll keep those. We got Night Rain, Merc farming, and finishing up my building of the Evil Dynasty. Where you going, Piggy? It should probably be like, no helmets allowed. Face mask, sure. No helmet. I got deer. Be like, day one, we go hunting. And it doesn't make sense, especially in this game. Damn it. Okay. I got knives, everybody gotta know 'cause I got knives. I gotta keep an eye out for a strike weapon and then a pierce weapon, since I want to try it out on some of these hard rock enemies. Doggy gave me bone. Good doggy Fido. Yeah, maybe I'll use these bolts if I get around to it. Do, do, do. Ow! I took down a knight. Woohoo! Warcry increases my attack power, usable in the club. Barbaric Roar. Helmet. I don't like helmets. Unless it looks nice. Female character needs nice helmet or no helmet at all. Oh, we found pants. These are the reasons why I'm not allowed to have dressers. Just knock everything down. You get a dresser and the kitties are like, hey, something I can hide in. Well, we're sorting weeks, so what's that take again? 16th straight. Yeah, keep it in case. I think level 9 or 10. I think 9 or 10. Oh, I can't wield this yet. What would we want? A flail? It's a stick with a mini ball. Yeah, it's also got blood laws built in. Don't worry, even in Shadows of the Earth Tree, the scaling made no sense. That's why a lot of people are complaining about the weapons being very lacking in scaling.
Greetings.
Yeah, they were nerfed due to PvP half the time anyway.
The fog. I am Melina.
They just didn't want to overtune it like, say, here's an S scaling in your favorite like greatsword. Don't worry, that's what upgrading's for. It might have a better scaling when we upgrade to plus 25.
I offer you an accord. Have you heard of the Finger Maidens? They serve at you. I can play turning to aid you. You need it to the foot. Then it says, summon me. Ah, I bequeath to you.
Yeah, if you kittens cause enough mischief, I'm closing the door.
Use it
Hey,
to traverse
leave that alone.
great distances. Torrent has treat him with Shall I let my share them with me?
Alright, we'll aim for 20 dexterity at least. For now. Uh, 2 months old, maybe that. Might be 3. They're in the mischievous stage of their youth. No. They're probably about the size. They're probably about twice the size of your foot. One's thinking they can jump to the windowsill from here. Bad idea. Yeah, easy way to earn some runes early on. Grab your horse and run over these skulls. And then pick up the loot.
You there? Stop pretending you can't see me. Why won't anyone look me in the eye? I'm not that ugly, am I? You there? Stop pretending
Oh,
you
there you
can't see me. What you... Some clod. You were just brave. Thank you. I was pushed and I ended up... Oh, when they... So this is all I hope. Or I couldn't then... Right, I'm... Right, I'm...
Alright, let's go grab the maps of North Limgrave and South Limgrave. Because I always grab maps before I explore. Red give you HP flasks, blue give you FP flasks, or at least restoring some of them, and the silver ones give you an item. Be it a help, and it's generally a helpful item or an Ash of War. Toggle that. Now, if horses take too much damage, you'll get dismounted. Fortunately, another factor governing that is dexterity also determines how proficient you are in a horse combat. These are helpful. And we got a dex weapon I can use instead of a club. Now I can walk around shanking stuff. Dagger have an Ash of War known as Quick Step, meaning instead of a dodge roll, just tap the Ash of War button and do a quick evade. They're generally on your weapon, where it says above FP cost, and the blank slate means they can be slotted with a different Ash of War to change their affinity. Some of them generally do, some of them generally don't. Like I have the Torch equipped, which means it has Torch attack. The dagger can't even kill wildlife efficiently. Another level for dexterity. Dun, dun. Down here. Ugh. Yeah, some of the bears also have Beast War, which is a sonic boom attack.
Spoken words of if you wish. Very well, my lord. With thine eyes he will wait well. Shall I to let my hand share them with me? Your thoughts.
I killed me a crab. Got crab eggs. Yeah, then you get crab eggs. Yeah, if I stick in the offline whole thing, I can show you Shadows of the Earth Tree as well, since I haven't done a pre-leveled Shadows of the Earth Tree playthrough, because I was always prepped. That's exactly what I'm doing. Why do you think I'm making a Dex playthrough? Because I normally lean into spellcasting real way. This time I'm just exploring the weapons. Yep. But I've done, I think, let's see. First time I played this, I did up to New Game +3. Deleted that one. I did a wholly only playthrough, deleted that one. I have my two primary characters, which I'll never delete for obvious reasons. And then this one is just for fun because I haven't streamed the other two. And even then, the platinum alone on this game took me, I think, 85 hours. The only thing that was probably hard about the platinum itself was running around for legendary items that I never had because I couldn't find them for whatever reason. Some of the NPCs I don't think were part of the quest line requirement. Silver. You'll see. I can show you a red one pretty early on. I found some string. See, there's a red one. Yeah. They always respawn, except for the silver ones. Silver ones, you get your reward once, then they never appear back. But they'll always respawn even if you miss your chance. Kind of like those Titanite beetles in Dark Souls, you have to get them once before they permanently disappear. Okay, good. Now I want to go this way. You can also set markers to remind yourself. You can also place a pin if I'm not mistaken. And here we are, beacon. So when you look at, it'll appear on 1 through 5. So you never have to worry about totally getting lost. Of course, I can get it right away. I think this game only has like 7 or 8 twin blades. Oh yeah, normally I heal my torrent with the miracles and that, so I'll have to start making horse food. You basically convert the fruit and you make it raisins. So you're basically feeding your favorite mount dried fruit. They don't have carrots. You'll find people sitting like this all the time. They usually have a valuable rune or a valuable smithing stone on them. And somber smithing stones are used for special weapons. If I remember correctly, in the base game, there's a total of 8 ancient smithing stones and 8 somber ancient smithing stones per playthrough, though you can get more in Shadows of the Erd Tree. And quite a few of them are tied to quest lines. So when you play this game, you go, okay, now that I know how many stones are, I should probably pick 5 of my favorite weapons. Everything else I can just experiment with. I want in on the action. Oh yeah, I did the same thing when I did my first time sorcerer playthrough. I see some of these rolls, so I bring out my AoE spells and I'm like, "Hey, everyone, stop fighting immediately!" Throws down a nuke. Hey, look, a ton of experience.
You must be the new Tarnished. You do well to steer clear of a Gill Lake, fledgling.
Yep.
Dragonets is fearsome, so stay clear of the lake. Don't be a fool. Don't be a fool.
Basically, you drink Red Bull before your fight.
This way, Tarnished. May I have a word? A pleasure to meet thee, Tarnished. I am the witch Renna. I'd heard tell of a and upon looking at the talk, I surmise thou art possessed to call forth the spectral steed named. Ah, as I was entrusted by Torrent's former man. 'Tis a bell summon them, the spirits will now it is thine.
One of them. I think the other one's supposed to be called the Witch Ronnie, and Retta is only like a one-time interaction.
Learn well the lands between. How long will it be, I wonder, before the Tarnished?
Wait, well, you'll... The howl of, I suppose. Next time you... Oh, don't fret, I just have... Goodbye.
So basically, when you get items, you can stick on your pouch, and then you hold the button, and you can just press that button on the input. So you can put your Ashes of War there. Right now, I just put the multiplayer stuff there, even though I conveniently keep forgetting. You can just click on this and click multiplayer. So that being said, there, now the Ashes of War there. Actually, this will be a lot easier to put my flask here. a one-time use flask restored at races. You mix them and basically gain powers. Like this will boost your stamina. Yeah. Use sparingly. Some last for 5-10 minutes. Some last for 2 minutes. Some last for 1 minute, and it's depending on the power, like infinite FP will last for like 15 seconds.
Upon a demigod, if the race and the Elden as an ally, I pray they to face the chat.
Wait, well, you're...
Yep. Yeah, you can also use a magic tier, increase your magic damage so you have your Comet Kamehameha even more potent. Here comes the... I forget what these are used for. I can get rid of the dagger. I won't really use that. Club? No. Flail? We'll give it a shot for a little bit. And then we'll probably get rid of it. Helmet, get rid of the armor.
Goodbye.
Let's see, 20. You can always use more HP. 4 more equipment load for a bit. Let's do that. I'll put it on Vigor next. No, that used to be attunement. They got rid of that. The only way to get more spell slots is by equipping an item or completing these towers called rises. Complete their puzzle and get a reward, which is generally increased spell slots or a decent spell. Two. I think the maximum you can have is 12 without any assistance. I can go to my main character and that would tell me how many. Just do that later. Oh, I'm just going to go down this way. So now we can have our twin blade. We'll easily work on endurance next. Then I'll put on vigor. And put more into dexterity. But you just craft items, throw them, see how they scale. If you don't like the throwing items, you just get rid of them. Simple as that. Be like, I tried this item, I don't like it, I sell it. Move on. Mow! Wait for me! Ow! Well, you can. That's why I'll tell you guard and damage negation, which is 45 with a guard boost of 30. You can, it's just not recommended. Ooh, Felchian. A heavier version of a scimitar. I like curved swords. Shamshir has to be my favorite curved sword by far. And eventually, if we get the other twin blade, the one I'm going to want to try out is Eleanor's twin blade. Does fire damage and scales with arcane as well. But you don't get that until, let's say, mid game. I think there's a sorcerer's twin blade. I mean, in the Shadows of the Erdtree, they added a couple new weapon types like Smith script weapons, light great swords, which are actually pretty cool, and backhand blades. And a backhand blade is basically a scimitar, but at your elbow. And they actually have a pretty good moveset. Alright, now I want to go down here, grab the map for this. Yeah, if I remember correctly, there's two areas that can teleport you to distant areas of the map, which can kind of ruin your quest progression. So that being said, since I know that, I'm going to try and avoid that. By quest progression, I mean they move you to a different biome, and even just setting foot in the biome can ruin it.
Me? I'm set for my purpose. For the reason there is something I've acted, I am no mate. Shall I let my hand share them with me? Your thoughts.
It depends on some. They may have fixed it, they may have not. I don't know. I just know that was a common occurrence, and it can kind of leave you stranded. This one's quest line's pretty straightforward.
Might I bend your ear for a moment, please? My name is Irina. I've escaped from Castle Morn. To the south, the servants there have rebelled. I can't be sure what it is, but I swear I heard frightful howling. My good father secreted me out the castle, but decided himself to stay. The servants are full wrath. They've since come for every one of the companions. I fear it's no different at Castle Morn. Please, I implore you, would you mind taking a letter to him? My sole wish is that he escape. Even if his honor should be the price. Please. I just want him to be safe. Thank you. Dearly. Then please, take this. Deliver it to my father, who please, he can be stubborn.
One thing that this game could use compared to what I've noticed with other games is a bestiary. Just to give you an idea of if they got any particular loot you want to keep an eye out for. Because there are some enemies you kind of want to just farm until you get to particulars. Ooh, I found a Morning Star. It's an upgraded hammer. Blood loss. Found a cleaver. It's an axe. Strength axe. You don't want it. Ooh, beetle. What you got? Mighty shot for bows. And mighty shot is basically take aim and fire a high-powered shot. You wanna fight me? Let's go. Ow! Yeah, when you die to a nighttime enemy, it'll fast forward to daytime. And then all you have to do is rest it inside of grace and be like, oh, bring it back to nighttime. Oh, we can't wield the shield, but we can keep it just for stamina. But we won't need to wield it. Doo-doo-doo. And here's a rise. Seek 3 wise beasts. And they're generally around the area. One. And this is why you never want to be on your horse half the time. There's also the fact that if you're on your horse, you also take increased damage, and the increased damage varies, but in most cases, it's double damage. You'll see. I think I have to interact with the thing again. Look at the water carefully. There was a splash. I wonder why. And they'll do stuff like hide them on the side of towers, hide them in midair, and all that. It's like a contraption. It's basically hide and seek, but find the ghost turtle. I see you. A memory stone. What does that do? That increases the amount of spell slots I have, which goes from 2 to 3. You can tell in your equipment and the bottom right section, right below memory slots.
or selling?
Buying or shed. Buying, obviously. And there we go. If I want more of these blood loss knives. Or a crossbow even. Or a bastard sword. Or scale armor. That'll make of it handy.
You will.
There. Slightly increased max HP. Alright, let's see. Yeah, and if you see these little things that look like mini lighthouses or mini pillars or mini chess pieces, just mark them with a beacon generally, so that way you never get lost. Because right at those little points of interest is a map. Get out of combat. What spotted me was a golem archer, and even if they cannot shoot you, their aggro range is large as hell. So here's Northern Limgrave, and here's South Limgrave, known as the Weeping Peninsula. Peninsula. Now you'd be looking around, be like, okay, any points of interest I may want to check out? You'd be like, oh, maybe that. Or maybe this thing that looks like a cave. And then you just mark them. Or even if you see something like that, a tree. So markers can be pretty handy to help you identify landmarks on the map. Or at least that way you don't forget about them 5 minutes later or forget what the hell you were doing in the first place. Ow. That ghosting animation. What about all those bone darts I made? I may as well throw them. You can do that as an option. I think you got a bit too many darts in you. Yeah, let's make 10 items exceeding. So whenever they exceed, it'll go stored. Now the thing about stored items is when you rest at a grace, if you use quite a few, they will automatically restore. Yeah, they didn't have that feature when it first came out, and then people kept complaining. Yeah, some of them, if you got the recipe for it, as you learn recipes. Like I even got a dung pot I can throw. It'll inflict poison to myself, but base game. And you'll find recipes scattered throughout the game. Herb tree is for upgraded versions, like they'll have an extremely heavy pot. Giant pots. And you kind of need these giant fire pots to deal with the sentinels. Well, like I said, I'm trying to aim for like a whole no magic playthrough as much as I can, which means I'll be exploring using items because normally I never bother using them in the first place. It's an No, I'll use magic eventually. It's just probably more of a mid-game thing. Starter up. Yeah. Slumbering eggs are you. Yeah, I know. As much as it should bug, as much as it should, as much as it bugs me, I'm also a realist. That's the way I would put it at the end of the day. Yeah. Okay, you know what? Screw it. I don't want to throw my knife, waste my knives. Yeah, wait, tug at a bow. But the irony is you actually do have to hunt these a lot for pickled foots because pickled foots, on the other hand, or pinions, are used to make your better arrows. Now, if you want to see something that'll drive you crazy, wait till you start seeing the Stormhawks. Which surprises me because I didn't see a single Stormhawk in Elden Ring, Night Rain. Although their talons are actually straight swords, and those straight swords are dex builders. Oh, you'll find different colors. This one's to represent the Erd Tree of Limgrave army. They got Rudon's army cloak, and then they got the Cuckoo armor set representing the mages of Raya Lucaria. And then they got the Erd Tree of crap, what's that place called? Well, whatever, it's the golden area. There's a few varied armor sets for the armors to represent their areas. Okay. Now, catacombs, this is where you get to upgrade your spirits. Well, you either get green and orange, red and something else, blue and something, and then there's, I think, bright yellow. You've hit a door, time to explore. Ow. And some of the menu loading screens you'll see are part of the Shadows of the Erdtree expansion. Oh, they are. You'll see them in Erdtree. It's actually pretty fun. Like I'll do the base game and then I'll do the DLC itself. I got my runes. What you gonna do about that? Yeah, you're pointing out about narrow areas with a. Oh, I always get health anyway. Grave Ghost Lovewort. These particular ghost flowers are used to empower your spirits. But you need a communer or a spirit channeler to upgrade them. +2. But yeah, you go to caves to find smithing materials, and you go to catacombs to find spirit upgrades. That looks like a trap. Does that look like a trap? Clearly it doesn't look like a trap. Looks like a really safe, nice area. Looks like a pleasant area. No, if you're not careful, or if you don't do it in time, this thing will slam you. Like that. I was expecting it to kill me. Guess those spikes don't hurt as much. Now, some of these catacombs have endless spawning enemies. They love to grab and stun lock you if you let them. Vice versa, you can also farm them for a little bit. Cotland Patty, if you're in multiplayer, just throw one down. Or if you're by yourself and just want to see it. Oh. Yeah, this isn't a time to show it. It's called a time to run. Basically, you just hold it up, breathe through it, and it will say, please help. Yeah, it's mostly for multiplayer. Just to show people you have it. You actually do need one in particular for a multiplayer to tell an NPC with the prattling Pete, you're beautiful. Oh no, it's Rise of the Undead. Quick, hit him in the head. That'll solve our problems. The undead are coming. And some Ashes of War have what's called input skills, where if you tap it again, they do a special animation. Whereas this one is spinning slash. 1, 2. Yeah. FP in this case is not magic power, it's more focus, or like focus energy. Yeah, kind of like adrenaline, if they wanted to make a separate bar for that. I ran out of healing. What am I going to do? Ow. And this is where the shield comes in handy. Now you can be like, okay. And this is what I mean by boss room. We got 4 enemies and a burial tree of watchdog. Why not? I can come back. You could be. Ow! You're dead. Bye. And some enemies are so persistent that before they fall, they like to get what we call clip damage in. I'm back and I got friends. got darts. Ow. Yeah, this is where item crafting comes in handy, even if you find it absolutely not as useful. It's good for practice. You can also take your time and count how many before you try to evade. Dun, dun, dun. And my reward is demi-human ashes. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Bum, 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 ba-da-da-da-da. Yeah, yeah, and this was my reward. Demi-human ashes. As opposed to 3 dogs, I got 4 weak demi-humans and a big one with a club. Depends on how well you want to use them. Better at basically, if you ever want to figure out whatever is a better ash, all you have to do is just go test them out and see how they perform. Be like, oh, let's see how they do by themselves. Welcome to Fight Club. Yeah, you can entirely do that. That's why what really drew me to this game is it's extremely single player friendly as well. Because summoning ashes or summoning NPCs will not increase the enemy's attack power or increase their overall health. They do have a Fight Club PvP in these little things right here. These are called Colosseums. In the base game, they weren't available. They were just there as landmarks. But later on, they were considered Colosseums because you could start fight clubs, which you could determine whether or not you wanted spirits allowed in combat. That's why they call them the PvP arenas. But yeah, Catacombs is done. Now you'll notice that whenever you travel to the Catacombs, you can come back through the trees for the root resin, but also you can teleport out of it because that debuff is gone. So the area will be considered complete. But yeah, you just take around with the ashes. There's multiple ashes to choose from. And you can be completely biased and choose particular ones because you like them, or you can check each one out and see how well they do. Be like, yeah, maybe they're not for me. And there's such a diverse cast of spirits that you can pretty much enjoy it. Like one of my absolute favorite spirits you get later on is the Stormhawk Dabbif. It's basically a Stormhawk champion that fights enemies with a double swing attack, but can also do a screeching cry that increases your own attack power and its own. But yeah, you'll find basically every enemy you encounter, assume that there's going to be a Spirit Ash version of them somewhere. That's the general rule of thumb. So if you're like, oh, I like this enemy, I don't like fighting it, but I like this enemy, where can I find its Spirit Ash? Although some bosses don't have Spirit Ashes. Oh, Stone Sword Key. And those are to open up the locks of the Everjails or certain areas, like the catacombs. And if you couldn't find that catacomb in the first place, you find these, interact, and it will send like a little incense, and it will direct you to where the catacomb is. So we got this area covered. Now let's go check around here. Oh, sanctuary stones. Oh, look, lighter armor. No, it's just lighter. It's always nice to change it up. I found a hand ballista. I need 30 strength. Sometimes when you're poisoned, you're like, I'm poisoned anyway. What's the worst you can do to me? Now, let's see. There's a grace here. Make sure it's just a little bit. Sometimes these little pesky dragonflies, even though they give nothing generally, but they'll put you in combat and you're like, but I just wanted to see what the map was. We've got a key. Now you can go down the elevator or these little glowing orange rocks. You can grab them for smithing stones. Now those are hard rock enemies, so we may want to keep the flail handy to see if it does anything. Yeah, they're called misbegotten. Basically, demi-human winged beasts. Okay, so having a flail or thrusting weapon's handy for those. So we can keep our flail handy for such an occasion. Now, if you see a little white stone, it's a somber smithing stone, which are very special because they're used to enhance special weapons. I found soft rock. Reduces fall damage, sound, and sound of footsteps. Do, 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 do. These guys can drop smithing stones too, because once you collect smithing stones, they do not respawn. You can also find stuff like for magic rocks or item. It's like, oh, I don't have, but you can still use FP. Salted flash, attack power boost. And if you ever want to upgrade your weapons, seek out a cave. Because later on you'll get a smithing stone bell, which once offered to a smithing stone merchant will enable you to purchase smithing stones. So we've been that way. Yeah, I better double check because I can easily forget. Going up the bridge. Yep, been down that way, been up here. Okay, we're good. Nine times out of 10, prepared to get lost in a cave sometimes. And the other 1 in 10 is where you actually know where you're going. Lost time. Dun dun. Well, don't have enough FP for the demi-humans, but some are pools. Feel like, I got aggro, you guys handle them. This is a brute version of those misbegottens, or demi-human beasts. Go ankle biter. I got a rusted anchor. Requires 26 strength to use. And that takes care of the tunnel. And since we picked up some smithing stones, we know there's an upgrade smithy back here. It'll help you for the beginning, but then you need an actual smith to reinforce your gear. Can upgrade the flail if I want to, but not really. That's just a backup emergency.
Wait, well, you're back. There are others of my people if the mood takes my people.
Yeah, you can upgrade a shield. Generally, all it does is upgrade its guard boost or something else.
Goodbye.
You can also just wield a shield instead.
What is it?
Glowstone, cured meat, holy water pot, roped holy water pot. Just buy Try it on, wear it. If I like it, I like it. If I don't, I don't. It's only a few thousand. Not like I can't farm more. Where's my crafting materials? Oh, and this is just purely for multiplayer. You can craft them much cheaper, so don't ever buy them.
Goodbye.
And I bought a telescope. That's slightly lighter. Why not? She's wearing chainmail. And that is ugly. And because we bought some cracked pots, we now have pots we can use for making stuff. Whether we want to make our own fire pots, or maybe we want to make holy water pots, or dung pots. And if you got string, you can get roped pots, which is basically short rope. And if an enemy's behind you, it basically just helps you throw enemies from behind. And rainbow stones. Or you make glow stones and just throw them on the ground to emit a pulse of light. See? Easy buy. You don't even have to pay 1,000 when you can make your own. Yeah, there's that over in the frost area, and it can become a pain. Fortunately, I kind of know the path, but at that point, in offline mode, you may want to do that. In online mode, I just follow the messages, but after one too many times, I kind of know which way to go. Look at the pretty stone. Well, we're still exploring most of that, so let's go back here. So basically, my entire goal will be to finish up the entire south region, since it's still pretty much a beginner zone. Usually whenever I unlock maps to multiple regions, I'm like, okay, now I'm going to fully explore and complete region. Until I hit a roadblock, then come back later when I'm a little stronger. Nope. Basically, the story is earn yourself a great rune, which you will unlock the power of the great runes, then kill 2 major bosses before you're allowed to the capital, and then just continue on from there. And it can be any 2 major bosses. It can be the Sorceress of Raya or the Champion Rudon, or Godric the Golden, etc. Basically, anyone with a great rune. Now, on occasion, you might find these candles in the middle of nowhere. These are actually kind of serve as guides. Like examine, summons up a spirit, golden footsteps. Maybe it'll take you somewhere. Maybe you haven't been that area. Oh, why'd we go down a cliff? Oh, looky, looky! It's a cave. Actually, these will come in handy. You know, I'll try that. Might work. Trap! Most rats, when killed, they'll drop runes. And if you remember Dark Souls, they normally drop humanity. In this case, you'll want to farm them often because they can drop an item known as a rune arc. I don't know, I think whatever they did for that case, it was just to make rats as a main source of farming whatever you need. I don't know, maybe FromSoft's got a chest with pickled turtleneck. Yeah, boost your stamina recovery. These you'll want. Increases your runes obtained. And if I remember correctly, it lasts for about 5 minutes. Yeah, have a good night. I'm probably going to continue trying to finish exploring this, and then maybe I'll pop on Night Rain for a bit and farm some merc. Yep. Ugh. Ow. They don't give a lot of runes when killed, but I mean, +3 gold rune, that's 800 runes, so it's like a piggy bank in the cash stores. Alright, so I got knives that inflict blood loss, and this just does gravity damage, which is generally physical, generally used by spellcasters. How much of a light do you get up with glowstones anyway? Since I got one. That's not bad. I don't feel like dropping glowstones everywhere I go, though. But it's not bad. Ah, silver fireflies. Very handy. Silver fireflies increase your item discovery, which is really good to have once you find the recipe. Boss time. It's a big giant bear. That happened. They use FP for throwing these stones anyway. Yeah, 5. Yeah, we don't need them. You got various stones you can throw. And if you ever want to figure out what you'd rather throw, all you have to do is check the scaling. Like that has a strength scaling for A, C. So if you want, you can keep something for throwing. Yeah, let's see. Yeah. Just a backup source for damage. And even if you die, guess what? These respawn reasonably well, which is nice because you'll find them being handy. And now there's a goat, and now there's a fog wall because once you're inside, you can't get out. wasn't much to begin with. Rune bears are usually famous for dealing quite a bit of damage, has a grab, usually a claw attack, and best way to deal with them generally is status ailments. Usually blood loss or frostbite. Now these kukris I got are bladed knives that inflict blood loss buildup. This bear, you kind of want to be up close, but you want to circle them. You can get a free attack in, you're good to go. But beware, they do have a delayed swing, where if you're not careful, it will bite you in the ass. So spin around, make an attack, take your time. Keep your shield up if necessary. And a Spelldrake Talisman, which, once worn, it can boost your magical negation. By how much, if you ever want to check? If you press the button where it's switch view to the, where it's like switch display or view, you can compare it and be like, oh, so you have 12% damage mitigation. Now you got 23%. And the numbers that are shown on the right side are where it says 20.272. Generally, they're rounded, but that's saying you got 20%. And then there's various ones, and what the math behind it is, if you have on a weapon, let's say a weapon does split damage like magic and fire, it'll be like, okay, so magic will hit you for 88% of the damage, but fire will only hit you for 74, 73 roughly. Whereas physical, they'll do the same numeric, like you have 20% physical, so you'll negate 20% of the physical damage dealt, but if it's a slash attack, strike, or even pierce, it'll be rounded up. It doesn't like be like 20% plus 20. Trina's Lily, rare items that you'll often find, and they're used to make, I think, sleep ritual pots, which are the stronger version. Where did I put my earbuds? Oh, good. It's charged up. Well, the cats aren't jumping around. I guess they're want to sleep. Yeah, so if you teleport out of an area by beam, it won't restore your items. So always rest it in grace. Well, we can almost get level 20. I mean, 20 endurance, and then we'll put some into vigor next. If I remember correctly, I have a detailed explanation. Fire resistance, immunity. Immunity is basically poison or scarlet rot. Focus is sleep and madness. Building up strength will increase your physical defense naturally. Casting's time, fall damage makes it harder to be knocked off your horse. Just various little things. And the higher your discovery, the higher likely enemies will drop loot. And some animals and all that will drop even more crafting materials. Arcane's also pretty good with scaling for weapons with arcane scaling because inflicting status ailments like bleed, poison, scarlet rot, all that are flat based on your arcane scaling. We got rainbow stones. So where are we gonna go next? Well, there's some ruins over here. Maybe we want to check that out. Now, the reason they have these tilted slightly is because you can actually go down to the side of these buildings and make a jump across. So there's always more than one way to get to an area you want. I need to invest in a bow. Now, generally, when you see this icon for summoning, it usually, like I said before, means that a boss might be nearby. Or at least a tough enemy. Yeah, this is not even classified as a boss. Just a tough enemy. Cast Shattering Glintstone and Glintstone Pebble. The irony is it does a lot more damage with its slam. Demi-human Queen Staff and a spell called Crystal Burst. If for some weird reason you never found a spell shot, well, there you go. 18 intelligence, slot it in, you can use it. Furthermore, we got a staff. Again, if you're having bad luck finding a staff, here's the earliest staff you can find. Only takes 10 intelligence to use. And you can upgrade it. So, one of the best early game magic staves you can use for a while. Then it becomes irrelevant later on. Like how far before it becomes irrelevant? I would say roughly 30 or 40 intelligence, give or take. $25 if you have it. If you haven't found a good one by then. And because it's a ruin, we also want to look around, because there's secrets like this. Maybe there's something special in here. Shield of the Guilty. Small shield inflicts blood loss, as long as you use the shield bash. This also boosts focus, which basically enhances your immunity to both madness and sleep. A lot of enemies don't use sleep, but madness, on the other hand, is a bit of a hit and miss. Alright, anything else? The reason my spirits haven't disappeared, of course, is because there's no enemies in the vicinity. You can also use your horse torrent to do other things like hop on these walls. Be like, oh, I want to get a better view of the area. All depends on your positioning. Alright. Anyways, just continue exploring, and sometimes you never know, you'll find stuff. Like these basins, for example. What they normally have is tiers. And these particular tiers can be used in conjunction with the flask. Now, what that is, the Faith Nut tier, is it increases your face stat by 10. If I'm not mistaken, it does that for about 5 minutes. Great if you want to use something that you don't have the stat requirement for. I figured, why not? Try to get some fire pods or something. So that's from the bridge here. Let's see. And these are called spirit springs, where you basically just use it to get a better view of the area. If we keep traveling up, we'll be at a landmark. Or the Churches of America. Now you always want to find these because they do happen to have something valuable. Now the mausoleum that NPC was talking about, or the ghost, is used to replicate legendary souls. Now that we found a sacred tier, we can use it and upgrade our flasks. So now they heal a little more.
Spoken echoes of Queen Marika. Shall I share them with you? In Marika's own words. Then, after thy death, I will give back what I once claimed. Return to the lands between. Wage war. And brandish the Elden Ring. Grow strong in the face of death. Warriors of my lord. Lord Godfrey.
I'm just putting stuff away, so I figured dialogue would be a nice little detour. Oops. Probably do like another hour. An hour or two. We'll see. Dead enemies. Some areas may have graveyards, so feel free to explore them. Another small shield. Blood grease. That's handy. Basically, will coat your weapon in blood, inflicting blood loss on enemies. Trying to remember if night has an effect for being here. Sometimes look around inside the building. I've had instances where they hide items behind the entrance. I guess there's something down here. Yeah, don't be afraid to explore everywhere. If it kills you, it kills you. You can always go back. Just try and hug the wall as much as you can on occasion. Bewitching branches. They do a small mist where if an enemy is caught inhaling the mist, supposedly they temporarily become your ally. Personally, I don't find them as useful, but other players may differ. So use at your own discretion. You could probably use the pillars here and jump and jump and jump. Maybe you can. Maybe you can't. See? Sometimes it never hurts to look. And chances are you might have to do it another way. Now I gotta go get my runes back, but I can also kill a couple enemies and see if they got anything special. Like those cursed scimitars might be interesting. This way. Strip of right fish. Speaking of which, I did get a recipe for. Yes. So the recipe I found a while back was for invigorating cured meat. What's the difference between white cured meat and cured meat? Cured meat, normal meat, will last the standard duration with standard resistance. However, this, once you use, if you use white cured meat, will last even longer, but with reduced effectiveness. I think if I remember correctly, it was like a minute or something. Or if you ever want to timestamp them, all I have to do is make one item. You can consume it, figure out how long it lasts, and then be like, okay, maybe I can use it, maybe I can't. And in this case, it's robustness, which robustness is used for blood loss. I think. Let's see. Yeah, blood loss. Oh, and frostbite. So if you're in an area where blood loss is way too high or frostbite quite even. Making that cure meat may help. And yeah, it may not. Nobody is safe when it comes to item hunting. Let's see. Let's go to this tree. And then maybe over here. Or maybe what I should do is go over here first. Yeah. Oh, here's an example. Basically, you light a candle, follow the mist. From here, you should see the entrance to a catacombs, which appears to be right over here. Now, generally not all of them, but every herb tree usually hides some secret. Usually it's a catacomb, usually it's something else, or a boss even, or both. But like I said, not always. There we go. Now we can start powering up bigger next. Because we need some health. So I can't go through that. I wonder why. Do I have a stone sword key? I did find one a while back. Ta-da! Now I can get the item. It's a cookbook. What sort of recipe am I learning? If you ever want to find out. So it's cookbook 9. A Rancor pot. Human bone shards, grave violets, summons vengeful spirits. Can be pretty handy. Spirit Ash upgrades. Some above. Now, if you got a holy weapon, these will generally die without the need to attack them again. Here, give me your bow. And there can be hidden paths. Drop me a butterfly. Now, if you got a ranged weapon, generally a bow, although apparently the Kukri through has reasonable range. If you hit the pedestal will activate and save you some grief. Mushroom. So say you don't want to deal with these enemies. Set up your own trap. Why do you think skeletons were dropping smoldering butterflies and mushrooms? Answer: make your own fire pots. We could also throw some holy water pots. That might work. So let's try that. I'm going to pick 3 because I only had 3 cracked pots. Now, cracked pots, once you buy one, you can reuse them over and over and over again. So you can diversify up your pot collection or make all 20, who cares? Just do whatever the hell you want. See? Only damage, boom. And tarnished golden sunflowers and mushrooms are extremely easy to come by. So if you need a holy weapon, that will serve as a quick backup solution. Now where to find tarnished golden sunflowers are generally around the big trees, and mushrooms are generally found everywhere. Alright, what do we got? A cemetery shade. They like to grab you and deal pretty good damage if you're not careful. And if you're out of FP, well, no the pots anymore. They do have a nice curve sword. Lutil the Headless. Lutil the Headless, and the reason it was gold like that is because that's a legendary spirit. And they're generally renowned spirits, meaning they have names. Takes a whopping 104 FP to summon, but they are a monastery knight. Wields a lance and robed and hurls spectral lances at foes. Lutel sacrificed her life so that in death she could continue to protect the soulless demigod upon till her revival, earning her the hero's honor of the Earth Tree Burial. I don't have 104 FP. This will take a while if I want to raise it up a little. But we could always use a bit more health. So let's do that for a while. I got one urn left, so I'm just going to throw it. Now, if I remember correctly, I think the highest FP spirit I've ever seen might be like 250. Before I'm done, I'll go to my other character and see if I kept all the spirit ashes. I know one character I wanted to do is like who collects everything from junk to treasure. Some spirits will require health instead of FP. Some no. Actually, what I might do is something like that. Before I'm done playing for the end of the stream, what I'll do is probably hop on one of my Shadows of the Earth Tree characters I'm working on and play them for a little bit. Not long, probably 30 minutes, give or take. There's double checking items or reviewing what they got. Oh, there's something down here. Maybe we should go get it. An octopus head. Kill enough of them? Basically have a living squid head. You know what's hiding here? Eclipse Crest Heater Shield. A medium shield. Oh look. Slightly more guard boost. Weighs just a bit more. But 100% physical negation. In other words, we got a shield that can handle most blows for a while. And that's why you explore. That killed me. Oops. You die and respawn, you'll basically respawn at the last ever grace you rested in. Hey, mushrooms. And drop on down. And there we go. Budding horn. Budding horn's a pretty rare drop from these goats. Yeah, if you ever want to go mass farming, just basically grab something with a wide sweep. If it's inexpensive to you, just grab some arrows at the merchant, grab a bow, and just go on a hunting spree. Now, another trick is if you got a shield with the no skill Ash of War, or just no skill inherited, what that will do is allow you to use your main hand weapons Ash skill as a priority without it needing to be two-handed. Just like that. Summoning pool. Stake America, which is a checkpoint. Take your time. Even if you die, take your time. You can always learn the enemy's moveset. That's some of my gang, a group of friends. Sometimes having your shield up works. Our guard boost. Our endurance. Well, this could. Oh, no, we did. Take your time. Comes holy little beams. And if you feel like, oh, I've seen enough of their attacks. See tarnished gold sun. Make their own holy pots. You know, we can't take a full hit, so good luck. Yep. Damn thing's destroying all the birch trees. Back up. Go down. Here comes the beams. Okay, the one mistake I always make in this situation is that I know it does a straightforward hammer attack, but instead of evading left to right, I decide to evade back. Here, make some fire pots and throw those. The thing about crafting is that you can craft out of combat, but once you start combat, you can't craft. Take your time. See? Nice way to get some damage in. To the right. Left. Behind. Left. Left. Can't see anything, so just hold up the shield. Now drink. Go back in. Comes the beams, back up. Wait. Back up. Left. See? Just keep fighting the enemy, try and figure out what you did wrong. Or come back when you got some other more stuff you can work with. That almost causes me. Bubble tears. Personally, I don't like this. Reason being is, yes, it can negate quite a bit of damage, but it's once. Not as useful. This, on the other hand, is a nice gradual restoration, and it lasts for about 10 minutes. But if you're squishy, or if you see an attack you can't dodge, or know you're not going to be able to dodge it, then you can use the Opaline Tear. It's kind of like playing that one game I know, it's called Smite, and everyone just ran Aegis and beads. Beads would prevent crowd control, and Aegis would negate damage. Even though it's temporary, and I always say it should be a nerf because it had quite a short cooldown. But it was just one of those things that, oh, everyone uses it, so nobody prioritizes a team support in any other way, especially in a multi-platform game. Which I could ramble on now. Alright, so we got the tree taken care of. We picked up the loot down, so I can check down here. I think we'll go back here.
Trade again.
Yes, I got shit I wanted to sell. It's not that one. Keep all the items, don't keep all the items. Use at your discretion. I don't find these useful at all. Let's see here. And if you got a surplus of these, you can sell them. They're usually worth quite a bit. You get to a point where selling these is just a means to an end. And by that I mean basically just sell for the sake of making your inventory look better. Or you just want to purchase what's remaining in the list here. You need 12 strength. I don't have 12 strength. Oh, stone sword key. And we could buy some slightly better armor. Good fire protection. Let me show.
I'm finished.
Alright, since I can't really wield a crossbow, and yes, I could keep them, but sell the bolts. Don't need them, don't want them, sell them. So, we should go down here. Because there's a merchant with a bow. let's do that. There's a merchant back here. Another back here.
What do you need? I don't want any trouble.
There we go. Armor's cookbook. Craft firebone arrows, firebone flashed, firebone bolts, or neutralizing ballistas, which are great for, as it says, poison. Short bow.
All done? Well, be on your way then.
There, may not have sufficient range, but it'll get the job done. Now I can make myself some arrows. Bone arrows, use them typically for hunting. Fletched arrows, use them for longer distance. And there we go. Now you get 2 quiver spots. Basically what that means is one spot's your strong, like your light attack, and the other spot is your charge attack. Get some more HP. Pass till nightfall. And let's go pick a fight with this asshole again. And if you remember, our flask is HP overtime, so we got some. Now, if you're a low health user, HP overtime is actually not that bad because you can kind of keep track. Wait until I get a free moment. Oh, I forgot to add the HP overtime. Oops. No big deal. Come on. Let's dance. That was a jump attack. It's like, here's a face full of mace. Come on. Ow. Damn it. There. So I don't forget. Round 3. Fight! Yeah, when I did my pure spellcaster or pure faith user, I always relied on HP overtime. Early on, it's not that bad. Later on, it actually, you kind of need better healing, but you don't get the best healing until late. Because when your flasks are fully down the board, I think, if I remember correctly, the most they'll heal is 600. Whereas a one Erd Tree heal will heal you for like 24. And with the amount of FP you can get from flasks, you can get like 3 Erd Tree heals. So I've done the math. I got a few hits in. Damn it. There we go. Maybe I should just use guard counters. I'm playing enough Nightmare that I should. Ding ding. Now, if you actually want their full armor set, you do have to hunt them all down. Ash of War, Barricade Shield, and Knight Rider Flail. Basically, Barricade Shield is the same as a Steel Stance on Night Rain. Which makes it even, can be pretty handy. As for the Knight Rider Flail, it will take Somber Stones, but it takes 24 Dex to use. And it looks better than this, which looks like a little pull stick with a metal ball attached. Another night enemy I know of is a death bird. Difference between a death bird and a deathrite bird is that, well, one's just a stronger variant. But we're here anyways, so. So how do you increase the amount of flasks? Let's see. Over time, you'll find these little shrubs. Walk up to them, there's a golden seed. Simple as that. More tarnished golden sunflowers. Now, if you ever want to find unique enemies or whatever, explore at night. Now, another reason why there's tarnished golden sunflowers, which I think is pretty ironic, because death birds or deathrite birds, they're extremely weak to holy. And what can I craft? That would be of essential use in that case. Holy water pots. And sometimes the best way is to turn off the action camp or the targeting system. Now, if it becomes sunrise before you kill an enemy, they will disappear. Fortunately, sunrise in this game is, I think, 15 minutes. And there we go. That's 2 unique night bosses. Sacrificial axe. In fact, it's one of my favorite weapons to use. It's like a small axe, but I mostly use it in my offhand as a sorcerer because you get a small amount of FP restored when you slay enemies. Downside is, of course, you need 16 strength. You know, may as well look around. Check around here, and then eventually over here. Like I said, bring a hunting weapon. Bows are generally considered silent weapons, so most enemies won't flee, or at least most won't flee at they hit them. A yellow ember. Frenzied-eyed rats. If they bite you, you'll be hit with a touch of frenzy. And you do not want that bar to full. Flame Crest with shield. Less negation, but something to use if you're looking for more fashion indicators. Baptismal Church. Flame of Frenzy, basically it's an incantation. This is a church, so you do get a sacred tier. Sometimes these little formations have some. See any items on the roof. You know, I want to circle around areas. Double check when you're sure. You move on. Now, the reason you can summon spirits here as opposed if you were expecting a boss is because some areas have tons of group enemies. So you may want a spirit with you for some extra protection. Like all these rats will be at the church. You know, there's a light of grace around here somewhere. Now those eyes are yellow. Won't be respawning for a while. I think some items like that are one time, or they respawn after so many nights. Or when you're short spawn, I don't know. There's a beetle down there. Slightly gold, but you'll see why in a moment. an incantation. Sometimes they appear like that, and in some cases they do explode upon death. Lightning bolt's not a bad incantation though. Oh, lightning strike. Basically summons a bolt to an area and it scatters. So it's like slight AoE. Boulder blooms, otherwise known as lightning flowers. Used for making lightning arrows, lightning pods, again, once you know the recipe. Now the irony about that is that lightning is actually not that bad for Dex users. So yeah, that's the top of this area because right below is the cave I explored. So now we've covered all of this except for down here. Now we want to cover more here. There, got my Dr. Terrible. So you see these little circles are called everjails. if you ever need to restock your arrows, there you go. We need a holy pod because I think if I remember correctly, there's one death bird that spawns here as well. Don't remember. I do know there's one spawns in Limgrave though. That sucks. Not a big deal. Now we got a stone sword key. Interact with the Evergeo here. And what these will generally do is summon a boss. Defeat them for a reward. Now you can't use spirits for summoning here, which is stupid, but whatever. Ow. Throw my damn blood loss knives at him, but that's not working. Sometimes those knives just go through and don't hit their target, which is something I like about them generally. Ow. Some bosses are trickier than others. Some you'll find certain spells are a lot better to use. And other times you just gotta dodge like hell and hope you can get some hits in. Ow. Oh well. Shit happens. Fortunately, you can challenge this boss anytime you want. Until you do defeat it, and you're feel free to move on. And they're generally safe enough to an extent that you don't lose anything. Well, except the items you wasted, of course, but that's another story. Couple examples like that is when you get some free hits in, except for the Zanmore Ice Storm. Just wait. Your shield up if necessary. Wait. Gotta be careful. That's a nice storm coming in. I don't want to heal just yet. And that's what. See, they'll do a leap like that and then give you a second to pause, and you never know, it could be a lunge or feint. Frostbite. If inflicted with this ailment, you will have lower stamina reduction and, of course, take more damage. Quite a nasty ailment. Back up. I think this is where you get 4 Frost Stone. Which is pretty great if you're a magic user. Well, magic for melee. What 4 Frost Stomp does, it's like that breathe, but an AoE frost. So it's not that bad. I think you can use it on the Twin Blades if I'm not mistaken. Then what you got is Twin Blades that can deal Frostbite. Trying to bait out some of these attacks. Damn it. But if I'm right about what you get from this, this will be worth it. I wonder if making some fire pots would have been better. Probably not. And if you use fire damage, basically what fire damage does is reset frostbite accumulation. I don't think that applies if you have a fire weapon. How to be aggressive. You can get 4 chain attacks in before you have to worry about it. Yeah, nope. Not falling for that. Just kind of panic dodging there. Alright. I do have a piece of exalted flesh. Alright, time to get a little serious. Exalted flesh and blood grease. Let's do it. This is what you get for being an asshole, sir. The grease inflicts blood loss, and the flesh gives me an attack power boost. Now, if I don't kill the enemy, this will be considered a waste. I don't think it takes blood loss. Oh well. Holy water pot? Guess not. Now, if you're a sorcerer, another spell that's very handy is invisibility sorcery, because enemies do not know how to accurately dodge those. Come on. Damn it. Screw you. It's gonna go all or nothing right there. Damn it. Not what I thought. Anyways, Radigan Source Seal. What does that do? Well, first of all, it increases your various stats by +3. But, and because it's Radigans, it'll increase mostly your stamina-based stats, so vigor, endurance, strength, and dexterity. However, what's the catch? Catch is increases damage taken. By how much? By the looks of it, 8%. So basically, you think, well, what? Various stat increases at 8% extra damage, or do I want? So you just gotta kind of think about it. Now, the only time I would say this, the stat appeal would be good, in my opinion, is if you needed to wield a weapon that you don't have the stats for just yet. Damage trade-off might be useful. Huge orders, Trinus lilies. The rats are trying to pull an ambush tactic. No, go after this now. Once again, Butterfingers. And in some cases, just riding torrent up a cliff is not a good idea. Helpful, but often hindrance. Because when you jump up, the AI takes over and slightly moves you even more. Same with moving. So. Ow. There's two of them, that's why. Ooh, red branch sharp bow. Takes more dexterity, but same range. I found pants. Much lighter pants, but usually decent for magical resistance. But I found pants. Now what were you guarding? A winged scythe. Strength 16, Dex 16. You also need 24 faith. Has a blood loss buildup and does holy damage as well as physical. Ironically, it's a really pretty decent weapon. I never have the stats for it, and they do take somber stones. Anyone want a holy pot? I am holy. You've been washed, cleansed, and purified. Speaking of which, I'm actually going to keep like a few of those on hand purely for, well, the resource they take is pretty cheap. So let's see. So how are we going to deal with this bug up here? Divine Fortification. An incantation that once cast will grant holy damage resistance. That's all it does. Hi, Lewis. Hey, buddy. Ironically, first time I ever played this game, I never found this cave. Even the second time I played. And it was like, okay. Yeah. So a bit more, and then I'll show a bit of shadows for a while. gonna hop on Night Rain for a bit. Now this is basically a poison swamp cave. Toxic mushrooms. Probably a waste of fire ammo. Now, since this is normal poison, this can also be out-healed, so you don't have to worry about it generally. Alright, let's down this way. Throw darts, inflict poison. Should come in handy. Ooh, side path. Nomadic Warriors Cookbook 8. I can make poison grease and drawstring poison grease. Now the difference is drawstring grease doesn't last very long. However, it will allow you to immediately apply an enhancement to your weapon. Fortunately, this can be handy if I need it for bosses. So we'll keep some of that handy. It wasn't there. There we go. Yeah, just a little. What sort of boss is here? Big flower. The Amber Medallion, what does that do? Increases my max stamina. Alright, let's see. Go there in a minute. Right now we're going to a little shack. And we have a merchant. This might be the merchant I was thinking of that had the hand lantern. Yep. Basically, once you use that, you can invade other players. More stone sword keys. This will replicate an Ash of War. Nice big ass Colossus Y-hander. And this is just a talisman. Once worn, it will prevent rune loss. There. Yeah, sure, why not?
Have a safe trip.
Alright, now we no longer need our torch. See? Now a hand lantern strapped to your belt. Light up the area. Alright, I'm going to pause it right here. One thing that was bugging me was checking if any of my characters had all the spirits or not. or if I got rid of them. Okay, yeah, I do. Let's see. That one takes 660 health. Highest renown ash I got, Black Knife Teach. And the most for standard is a Mad Pumpkin Hit. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I did have them or not. I was explaining about weapons. Light great swords, which are pretty fun to use. Or a light great sword in the manner of twin blades. Yeah, this is pretty much one of the areas I ended up getting to. Killed a couple dragons. Oh well, that's enough. I just wanted to double check something. I was gonna do some play, but then I just figured, whatever. So anyways, thanks for watching, and yeah, I'll be playing some more later.